traders. Welcome everyone. How are you doing today? I hope the sound is okay. Hello, hello. Hi, Miguel. Good morning to you. Okay, sound is great. Let's see, guys, what's happening on the market. Well, a red day, and here comes a green day so far at least. High guidance from traders. Hope everyone is feeling great and ready for the Tuesday trading, which is going to be full of interesting news. And regarding the economic front, we will get Richmond Manufacturing Index. What else here? New home sales plus FOMC meeting minutes at when it's going to be 2 p.m. 2 p.m. So indeed, this is going to be a great, very, very good one indeed. So I really, really like this day already. Yesterday we have seen a small pullback actually, and the reason for that, as I've told you, it's mainly because of the how is it called, like the Bitcoin pullback, first of all. Second, there was some threat of the tariffs, of course, which is still not the best news for the market. Also, the SPY reached all new all-time highs, and the reason for that is obviously the fact that the new Treasury Secretary, who is Bessent, is going to be a good one for the stock market at least. So that was actually the news of yesterday. And today we got already some great movers ahead, like Zoom, KSS, Semtech, Woodward, Fluence Energy, which just made the great moves after the market close, and they are moving still. LLY on the move as well. So it looks like this is a great start of the day with lots of movers. And as I've told you, 10 o'clock, especially be careful because we will get the first news. I mean, the economic news there. So, but first of all, I hope everyone had a beautiful green day yesterday, and we just going to do or continue with that as well. And also, I'm just going to look around the headlines. I have not read too much, indeed. Still good news that the ceasefire is still hanging in the air between Israel and Lebanon, the Hezbollah, but hopefully it's going to be done soon, which means that's definitely it's a good news. Not good news for the gold because it's just pulled back on the news, indeed. And even the Bitcoin is still pulling back. Bitcoin slides to about 90,000 as ETF snapped 5-day winning streak. But as I've told you yesterday as well, I'm not surprised, first of all. Second, I think that this is definitely needed before it's going to get a new strength and pushing towards to this 100K, because I think this is still ahead of us indeed. More tariffs news. Trump's tariff threats signal the start of a wide ride in currency markets. That's for sure. It's a big impact, especially on the USD pairs, Euro USD, Yen USD. These are all on the move. So let's just be careful with that. If you are trading Forex, actually, I am expecting a quite of a big volatility. It's always volatile, but might is going to be even a higher volatility all around. As I've told you, we have some great movers: Best Buy, ANF, Amgen, LLY. As I've told you, LLY it's up, by the way, on the Amgen news. Amgen says obesity drug goes up to a 20% weight loss after a year with no plateau. This is quite of a good news, definitely not just for the Amgen, but for all of the companies who are just making that kind of a drug in their pipeline. Okay, so at the moment, traders, everything is in green regarding at least the indices, as I've seen. What else into the green side? Let me just check it. PLTR, AMD, NVDA, Amazon, Oracle, Meta, Microsoft. So all of the big names are in green. Banks are a little bit red, especially JP Morgan and BAC, by the way. Lower price stocks like DKNG is down a little bit. As I see, AFRM, UPST, quite of a big pullback. BA into the red side, Shopify down. So we have a nice green but red stocks as well. So a little bit, let's call it a bit mixed. And my biggest winner yesterday, guys, it was Netflix short. We started to short it on 893. So you can imagine, I'm still holding my last shares, by the way, for the guidance from traders. If you took this trade with me, I've seen Scott just made beautiful trades as well on the long side. So really, really happy to see that most of you just get to the green side yesterday, and hopefully it's going to be the same. And I'm still going to watch Netflix. Actually, to the downside, I've seen it's quite of on the green side, but not that much. I'm still expecting that to drop. So back to the Bitcoin, it's just slipped 3% more for today already. Futures in green, but not the Dow Jones, by the way. Rates are bouncing back a little bit, but not too much, still under this 430. Asia, red on Nikkei, slightly, only slightly green on the Hang Seng, and Europe, it's a big red because of the tariff threats. Indeed, this just sent the European markets lower. And if we just move to the big movers quickly, as I told you, we have some. And for example, KSS earnings out yesterday after the market close, which was not the best earnings so far, 18% down. So it's not the best, but it's actually the very, very bad numbers indeed. So seems like that KSS can be on my short list. Hi, Martins. Good morning to you. Hi, David. Good morning. Nice to see you back. Okay, so long, short, and secondary. On the short list, I'm going to put KSS here. On the long list, I'm going to stay not ANF, but I've seen LLY and Amgen definitely on my list, as I've told you, nice and green ones on that one. Best Buy, which is down a 7%, missed analyst expectations, which can be on our short list as well. I've seen it's on Scott's list too. Looks like as a beautiful mover and a great short candidate. Please, traders, in the meantime, if you have any question regarding tax accounts, packages, or trading, or you have any candidates, then please just type it in the chat. So Qualys is here, which is down, as I've told you. Stellantis, which is down. The Japanese automaker slid after President-elect Donald Trump said in through social post on Monday that he plans to raise the tariffs on the products from China, Mexico, and Canada. As I told you, that's why lots of stocks are down. Stellantis, it's already a $12 stock. If you like it, I can just move it to my secondary list. Indeed, STLA on the short list. Rivian, though it's up on the news, and because of that, Rivian, I'm just going to put it to the green side of the longs. DKS, another earnings stock which just released earnings yesterday or before the market open, actually jumped 6.6%, beat the results. Very good news on the DKS. So DKS at the moment, it's higher, 6.6, now 8% already. Quite of okay pre-market volume. So DKS, I agree with Scott to put it to the second or the first long list. Hi, Vivian. Good morning to you. Zoom video, it's the next. Yesterday, no, it was today, sorry. Share slipped roughly 10% after video software maker gave fiscal fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share guidance that was roughly in line with the estimates. So let's see ZM. ZM at the moment is down 5%, very high volume. I love the daily for a pullback. Perfect short candidate here. Hi, Ty, good morning to you. Okay, so Zoom video to the short side. Amgen, 3% said its weight loss helped parents lose up to 20% of their weight after a year. However, those trial results appear to be on the low end of investor expectation. Oh, sorry, I just read half of the news, and this is important to read the whole news, guys. I thought Amgen got this good news, but seems like it's not enough. So Amgen is down and LLY is up because it means that in this case, LLY drug, obesity drug, it can be a better one than the Amgens. Okay, now I see the whole picture. So Amgen definitely not on my long list and looks like a really good one to the short side. Also, it's down already 12%. It's a huge mover and spready. So be careful with the Amgen, but I think it can go really nicely more to the downside. Rivian is done on received conditional approval for a government loan of up to 6.6 billion to support its production capacity, including the construction of its Georgia EV plant. So that's why Rivian is up and is definitely on my long list. And here are Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, as I've told you, higher, both of them after Biden administration proposed a new rule that Medicare and Medicaid would cover costly weight loss drugs for Americans with obesity. Wow, that's a big news. So not only that Amgen failed a little bit, this is not the only good news for both of the companies, but as you can see, even a great decision from the Biden administration. That's why LLY is definitely on my long list. Regarding the big tech stocks, well, NVIDIA was a huge dump yesterday. It is at the moment higher, so I'm expecting from NVIDIA a small bounce, especially if the market can just stay into the green side. So I'm going to watch still NVIDIA on my list. Tesla definitely, which just gave up a lot back to this 338 dollar, and it's not that strong. So I don't know what's going to happen with this Tesla here. What else on my list? Of course, Google, which got some bad news last week, but yesterday it kept quite resilient, and maybe today it can continue higher. So all of the tech stocks are going to be on my watch list, but as I've told you, I am short still on my Netflix of yesterday, and I'm still expecting Netflix to pull back a bit. If you just check the daily chart, you can see it clearly why. Huge red candle indeed, which I assume it can continue even back to this 826 level. I'm going to keep my last shares. Nothing to lose. My stop loss over 900, very small amount of shares, but even 30, 40 shares is just making quite a big amount for me if it's going to reach back to this 20 EMA. Regarding the market, how does it behave during the Thanksgiving and after Thanksgiving towards to the year end? I just wrote an article blog in my newsletter. If you are interested, please just go to test.com and you can just scroll down and give your email and you will get the newsletter from tomorrow on. Actually, historically, the market pulls back a little bit after Thanksgiving, but after this Thanksgiving period comes the Santa Claus rally. So Santa Claus rally usually it's pushing back the markets to the highs. Well, it's going to depend on a lot of things, especially on the message from Powell. Earnings are over already. 95% of the companies released earnings. So I feel like no more trigger for the market. One can be the Fed, definitely the Fed message, for example, even for today, 2 p.m. FOMC meeting minutes. And the second one is Bitcoin, because you could see actually yourself as well that nowadays the Bitcoin and the market is just moving together again. And next year, beginning of the next year, it's a big change for the US, as you know, as Trump is going to be the president. So we don't know yet what's going to come across or what's going to happen. But so far, it's obvious that we still have a very strong bullish sentiment on the market. If it's going to stop a bit and pull back, maybe next week. But I suppose that for the Santa Claus rally, we can see another nice rally towards to the year end. Well, let's see what's going to happen, traders. One thing is for sure, let's just focus for today morning. You are going to be in great hands of DVG and Scott. I'm just going to move to the guidance room now to trade with the traders there for an hour. And I wish you a beautiful green morning as always. Here is my list, not that long, but I think it's plenty to start a great trading day. So have a green one, guys, and see you in the guidance room. If you are just coming over for some questions, please just do it. Thank you, Krypton.
Here's top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful, what is today? Tuesday, I believe. Yeah, second day of the week. If you were with us yesterday, a very good trading morning, kind of over-traded, managed to get a small green day in. Today, a little bit different action as we start this Tuesday session, I got to tell you. And looking over the markets this morning, going to be an interesting day here if we continue to do what we've been doing and continue this rally, so to speak. We've got a lot of the earnings completed. I think Aggie had touched on that. And today, kind of about the retailers. Best Buy in here, Kohl's, Abercrombie & Fitch. A lot of stuff happening here today, so we'll get into that and more. Talk about these futures, get you prepared for the day. Say good morning to everybody, and then we will be on our way. Looks like DVG's made it in. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up today. Clifton is here. Got a full house ready to rock and roll today. So let's talk these markets and get you set and prepared for the day. Europe or the Asian markets, which happened overnight, saw the Nikkei fall 338 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng, the only market up about 6 points, and the Shanghai and China down 4 points. Europe still in session, red across the board. German DAX down almost 50 points. FTSE in UK down 11, the CAC 40 in Paris down 15. Combine that with Asia, you've only got one market up, and that's the Hong Kong Hang Seng, and it was marginal. So putting pressure on the U.S. futures this morning. We got the Dow futures down 122 points after a big day yesterday. S&P futures up 16 and a quarter, and the Nasdaq futures up 81.75. Oil's up 48 cents to 69.42 per barrel. So if you're in that, looking good here, 69.44 on a barrel of crude this morning. And if you're in the gold sector, by the way, up $11 this morning, 26.29 per troy ounce. Silver's up 31 pennies, up over a percentage point. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is up. What's happening in the market? Well, Senate report slamming airlines for raking in billions in seat fees. Maybe that'll go away this next year, hopefully. Amgen saying that their obesity drug caused up to 20% weight loss after a year with no plateau, just kind of straight down, and then people come back up. And then Abercrombie expecting a strong holiday quarter as growth run continues. And you see that here on the screen, ANF this morning. And then Trump, bigger news I think today would be Trump in the news here, vows an additional 10% tariff on China, 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. So if you're going to do business in the US of A, it's going to cost you more money here for tariffs coming into the United States of America. So interesting that he's got that going on. But we'll talk about that and more as we get the day going here today in this. Oh, there we go. Yep. During this session. So we'll get into that and more. But let's first say good morning to everybody here in the room, and good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us here. We have thousands of people joining us each and every day on the YouTube channel. We appreciate you. So good morning, Miguel. Martins, good morning to you. Vivian, good morning. Ite, good morning to you. Aggie, good morning. David, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say? Good morning. Victor, good morning. Steve, good morning. Carlos, what do you say? Scott V, good morning. Michael, good morning, and aloha to you, my friend. Great to have you here this morning from Hawaii. All right, let's talk some stocks here this morning. A couple of stocks that I really like. I like the NVO trade here this morning to the upside. This is NVO. And again, this is a nicey stock, so we got to be careful here. I got caught up in this trap about a week ago, trading New York Stock Exchange stocks with very lower volume. It doesn't help here. This will be 107.50 if we get some good volume in the stock here, 107.50. And then the I'm sorry, the KSS trade here. Well, it's already under 15. I was going to post it anyway here. I'll do that, so give us something to watch. KSS this morning short under 15 bucks. Okay. And then the other one is Dick's Sporting Goods 230 here, DKS long. This should be a good play here. Hopefully we get this to come down just a bit here. DKS long this morning over 230. Okay, there we go. And that'll be about it. I'm going to watch Best Buy here, KSS, Amgen this morning. I'll post an Amgen trade here. It's going to be 260 to the short side here. Paint this one red and call it Amgen, AMGEN. GN short under 260. And we'll see if that stock rises this morning before it rolls over. That would be great. We'll watch that and more as we get this day started. Okay, we are ready to rock and roll, and we're ready to go this morning. Let's make sure that we've got the there we go, that we've got the right stocks loaded up here. Get your level 2 and stock box all set with the stocks that you're thinking you're going to be trading right out of the gate with the NVO trade this morning. And there we go. Perfect. All right. And we'll be on our way this morning. Going to be a fun day this morning, as they usually are, with the market. You know, this ANF trade could be a good long here. I'll watch that and more as we get going this morning. But I think the market, at least on the NASDAQ side, is going to be higher this morning. So you're going to be watching your NASDAQ stocks, and we'll take a look at NVIDIA. We'll take a look at Tesla here as we get the day started. So, all right. Boom, there we go. Okay, yep, got to make sure that this is set to go here, and we are. We've got about 4 minutes to go here this morning, and to start this day off. A couple of things that that I am watching here this morning would be the there we go. Would be the KSS trade to the downside. A lot of the retailers have reported Best Buy getting beat up pretty good. KSS, Kohl's getting beat up. Dick's on the upside here. So we'll watch. I wouldn't be surprised if Best Buy got bought up here. So that'll be good, and we will see if that matters here this morning. All right. Oh, okay. Let's see here.
Scott, can you hear me okay?
Hey, DVG, good morning. Welcome back. I can hear you just fine.
Right on. Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. It was a nice couple days off, but I will be admittedly pretty tired. We got in at around 2 o'clock in the morning last night, so it was definitely some delays in flights, etc., as you can imagine, with people stepping up their flight plans for the holidays coming up. So for those of you traveling here in the States, you know, be aware there's going to probably be some delays. But it's good to be back. I know Friday didn't have a chance to look at markets really a whole lot. And then yesterday was keeping an eye on the all-time high levels for the Qs. And we literally almost put in what feels like could be a double top. So 515.58 was really the all-time high on the Qs. And we got to 511.45 yesterday. So pretty darn close. I'll be keeping an eye on that level, really around maybe the 510, 511. If we get that high, not given that we're coming into a holiday, we're going to have a slow Wednesday more than likely. And then we have half a day on Friday. So, you know, probably going to be a little slow. I think maybe we'll see some window dressing / trimming into the latter half of the year here. Obviously, tariffs getting stepped up, both for Canada, Mexico, China. So definitely keeping an eye on, you know, currency markets as well to just see like where money could be flowing. Also keeping an eye on Amazon this morning as we approach the holiday season. I know they're going to be having their big sales here coming up. So curious to see kind of what retail does. Some news for the day. I did post it. We have HPI data coming out at 9. Then we have a consumer confidence data coming in at 10. So really looking to see what those moves look like. Really around 10 o'clock, see what consumer confidence does. But I posted kind of some of the names I'm looking at. I'd say mid-tech, you know, mid-cap type tech stocks, names like MDB, Snowflake. I think we'll probably see increasing movement in those spaces. So I might be long Snow this morning. Maybe looking for like a 180 print at some point. So I might nibble on that today, maybe even for a swing trade. We'll see. And then looking really for a pullback in the Q. So if we do see a bounce up to 510 to 511, Might be looking to do a short there. If not, I kind of like this level right around 508, 509 for a 50-50 trade, whether that's long or short. So definitely be careful today. Again, probably going to be slow. Definitely tomorrow. So we'll see kind of what price action looks like this morning. I'm not going to be eager to jump into a trade right away, big full size, as I came back from our little trip. But definitely trade safe today.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and that's exactly what we want to do today. Again, when we're there we go, and when we're trading this morning, make sure that you're paying attention to the direction of the market this morning. We're going to be up on the Nasdaq and the S&P, down on the Dow. So be careful as we get this day going here. So, all right, should be good to go here. We open things up in about 25 seconds, traders. Let's have a great day today. And there we go. Looking forward to trading with everybody here. Watch the open here. Be careful. Okay, very good. And the market's open, traders. Let's have a great day
Probably
today.
short Zoom here in a bit. So I get a decent fill up in the 84 to 85 range. ZM, they reported they did beat top and bottom, but I think the report kind of proves that they're more of like a one-trick pony a little bit. And
Traders,
it's a lot of
ANF
competition
at 160. ANF this morning 160
shorting
long.
PDD right here, $100.63. PDD.
Okay, there we go.
And I will go ahead and start a short on Zoom, small size. Maybe we can add. Just got in at 83.14. It's a smaller trade here. MSTR got really beat up the last couple of days, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You should have seen it yesterday. Cranked down. Yep.
Wow.
Okay, traders. My first trade of the day is going to be in DIX DKS, and I'm going to be coming in right here at the as soon as 222. I'm going to miss it. Shoot, darn it! Not quick enough on the trigger this morning, DVG. DKS 222. I'll post it here in case we come down.
I'm going to add to Zoom here, ZM. I'll do the same to PDD if we continue down. I just got in long Amazon. Again, these are smaller positions. I'm not hitting them full size just yet, but if I see a move over 203 on Amazon, I'll probably add. Added to PDD here. Nice. Getting the ad here on Amazon. Perfect. Now I've got half size on Amazon. Watching Coin and MSTR here now. What's going on with Zoom here?
Come on.
I'm going to add to PDD if we break $100. Tempted to go long MSTR here, but I don't know.
This is great. Okay, 222 on DIX. This is where I'm going to be coming into the trade here. 222. I'm going to be going full share size right at the start, right here.
I'm going to add to Amazon even more.
Not a great fill, but not bad.
Now I'm looking for a 204, 205 area before I take a partial on Amazon. Nice trade so far. I'll let it keep growing. I'm going to add to PDD here in a moment under 100. This is close enough. I'm going to add to PDD here. There we go. Just got the break too right when I added. It was nice. Okay, I'm going to wait on PDD. Want to see, I don't know, $98 maybe. Get a couple points out of that thing. Zoom, I might get stopped out. Directionally, we went where I wanted to go, and then we just bounced. So I don't want to get caught on that trade here. So I'll give it maybe one more candle. continues to move higher, I will get out. MSTR looking good for a long here. Just so volatile. I don't know if I love it. All right, here comes the breakout in AMZN. We should get it here in a moment.
Triple Qs. Oh no, hood skyrocketing here. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye.
There goes Amazon. Anything in the 204
DKS
print, I'm going to take some off.
217. 217 will be my stop on DIX.
Here comes Amazon. Any moment. Should fly here. Still in the Zoom trade. Need to crash now. No, I'm not going to touch MSTR here. Still can go either way. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on Amazon. Here comes the push over 204. Any moment. There we go. Wait. That works for me in a moment. Let's see. Let's get a little more. Apple's pushing. All right, it's good enough. I wanted the 204 print. Just took some off here on the Amazon trade, a little partial here. Rule number 1: pay yourself first. Still got some to run. PDD is just kind of floating around. Zoom is floating around, kind of, you know, doing whatever. But
be great.
Trade. Come on, Zoom. You know what? I'm going to hit it again right here in a moment. If I see anything under 83 bucks, I'm going to hit Zoom again to the downside. And we should get the push down. I'll be looking for 81.5. So let's get a break here. Nice move on Amazon here. Beautiful move on Amazon. Love it.
Okay, still hanging in there with DIX at the 222.
Okay, getting ready to add to Zoom here. There we go. There we go. Looking for 81.5 on Zoom. Should get it here. One big move. Might even get more than that. Let's see.
Let's go.
So if you guys, hopefully some of you guys took that Amazon trade. I'm going to trim a little bit more up here because I like this 204.5 area. But I don't mind letting the rest grow at this point because we're up big on that trade. You know, we're adding into the strength, adding into the move. And the same thing with ZM, right? Adding into the strength, adding into the move. You know, as it was bouncing against, I was willing to hang on for just a little bit. Glad we did, but once we see the breakdown here, we're adding to validate the the move to the downside. PDD kind of the same boat, right? I wanted to break underneath the 100 print. We got it, but by 10 cents. So I'm not going to play the coulda, shoulda, woulda game, but you know, this is a small enough position that, you know, Amazon alone, I'm happy with that trade on the day. So if I get a breakdown in ZM, amazing. PDD, amazing. But I'm not going to be upset if they do move against, and you know, I got to get out of those trades. Watching the Qs here, y'all. Worth noting, SPY's all-time high, 686, so 600.86. We're about, I don't know, $1.50-ish away, $1.30. Qs, let's see, 515.58, all-time high. Looking at some of these growth names, let's pull up Snowflake here. Yeah, Snowflake looks good here. Proud.
Okay, traders, again, just waiting on DKS now. ANF. ANF is going to be, I'm going to revise this to 1. I think 150 will be the nice round number here. Again, just be patient this morning with this market. ANF long 150.
Look at MSTR now. I was talking about going long that thing. Is at that 50-50, but you know, that would have been 10 points. Okay, we should get the breakdown here on Zoom now. This is going to be a nice trade for me as well. Taking a little more off of Amazon here at the 205 print. Love it. Now that's on autopilot on Amazon. Got my 205 print. I'm happy with that. Do I short the Qs here? Very tempting. Might do it. See what it does here at the VWAP. 509 area's got to hold.
So we can all keep an eye on. Here's the Qs chart. Kind of give us an idea of where we're going here this morning. ANF no trade. DKS, I am out of the DKS trade with a loss. Starting my day off with a losing day. Pretty good red though too. I let this one go, 5 points. So I'm going to come back. I'll come back into DKS, no doubt about it here. Okay, watch the ANF trade. ANF at 150.
Minutes, we'll have consumer confidence data. Okay, here comes PDD and Zoom. So I'm looking for 81.5-ish on Zoom. So if I get anywhere near that, I'll happily pay myself first. Keeping an eye on the Qs and the SPY. Qs need to hold this 509 level to, keep markets afloat. MSTR, what a mover. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I didn't really feel like taking on that much risk today, first day back. But that's okay. Here comes the break on PDD. Should get it here. I want to see a 98 print would be amazing. I'm not going to be greedy. It's kind of a slower mover today. Same with ZM. I normally don't trade ZM, but they did report. So we'll see if we get some, interested party that really starts to sell or buy, right? I mean, they beat top and bottom, but I wouldn't say their forward guidance is incredible. NVIDIA now breaking down. I'm gonna short the Qs here, guys, using put options here. Maybe we'll get a small pullback this morning and then find some buyers in that 507 area. So we'll add some put options here on the Qs.
Going to come into the ANF trade here, break a 150. You see it on my screen. I'm also going to come into DKS 217.50 here. Okay, DKS second trade now. First trade was a losing trade, 217.50. See if it gets up and goes. Two retail stocks. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on.
Amazon trade working nicely. I'm watching Tesla here too. This 340 level. See what it does.
Here we go. Here we go. ANF DKS right down at the bottom. The Q's struggling here at the top. Wouldn't be surprised, like DVG saying, if we get a rollover here. Just watch the VWAP line, that blue line on my chart. Other than that, I don't have a ton moving right now. DKS going down. Same thing with Abercrombie & Fitch.
Same here. I mean, I've got Amazon long still. We've got the runners going. It's on autopilot. Right around here, I'll probably take a little bit more off. In fact, I will, just in case we do roll over. But we are short on PDD, slow mover, ZM, slow mover. So I don't really mind just kind of waiting those out. Again, if I'm wrong, the good news is they're slower movers, so you can get out of the way pretty quick.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tesla. That's a gross pullback. Looks like it's going to break here to the downside. Let's do it right here. 3. We'll wait here. Let's see. See what it does here at the VWAP here. Real slow. Real slow.
Yeah, very slow.
Not looking to get huge positions here. I mean, luckily we got a great position on Amazon, but really slow today.
And traders, you're going to find that tomorrow is going to be even slower. Then we'll be off on Thursday. Friday's a half session. I will not be in on Friday. But I'll tell you what, this is this to me. You're looking at this market here. Hopefully, we get a bounce now. We've got some info coming out in about 15 minutes. But we're slow right out of the gate. You can see that by the volume. If you're looking at the charts, comparing it to previous days' volume, we're just not in it right now.
Okay, I'm going to get out of the put options here on the Qs here in just a moment. Tesla, nice pop. So I'm glad I didn't short it. I was looking at this thing, what it was going to do at the VWAP here. Strong push. Then we had a pullback. It looked really gross, like it was going to break down. Once I saw that validation, it actually looked great for a long. So I'm out of the puts here. Small loss on those put options. That's okay. MSTR really moving aggressive. Gosh, 385 looks great, but I don't know. I just couldn't pull the trigger on that one. All right, let's see PDD breakdown now and the Zoom breakdown. That would be nice. There we go. Here comes PDD. Let me see. I got a note from Rick. Can you help some of those if you can post some of your trades before you take them? I know sometimes you don't have time to do so. Yeah, sure. I tried to. I know even like Amazon, for example. I know Scott was in the middle of talking about one of his trades, so I posted it here, but like ran right into my print. So I'll do my best there. Yeah. Here comes the breakdown, PDD guys. I want to see under $100, and we should see an acceleration down to I don't know, $98 maybe. It's just a slower mover, but it's kind of what I was looking to do, right? Like I don't want to take on a huge risk. First day back, just kind of knocking the dust off the trades here. So Amazon for me, I talked about it even before we opened. We're talking about seasonality for some of these names, right? And I want to get paid before consumer confidence comes out in 13 minutes. So if consumer confidence comes in, good, we'll likely see Amazon move higher. If it doesn't, we'll probably see it pull back to that 202 range, which the good news is we've got paid on the way up. Pay yourself first, right? Let's see what MSTR does at the close. Let's see what it does up here at the 403 area. I'm watching MongoDB as well. That's MDB ticker. Again, I do think there's going to be some rotation into these mid-tech, like Snow, right? Like I can't take Snow just because two things. One, volume. Again, it looks great for like more of a swing trade. Nibble on a couple shares as it moves higher. Might be a good opportunity to do that. But so names like that, Pan W, Palo Alto, probably. Oh, look, there it is. Yeah, it's moved higher. But names like that, I think you're gonna start seeing, excuse me, more dollars flow in those names, and we'll probably see some tightening on, you know, the Mag 7. So names like NVIDIA, you know, the ones that we trade all the time. I think we're going to see a little bit of slowdown there as we come into the holidays. Maybe names like Apple move higher just because it's, you know, it's the season to buy gifts, right? But like NVIDIA, you know, maybe it hangs around 140, maybe till the end of the year, you know, some ups and down throughout the rest of the year. But I don't anticipate it, you know, flying over 150, given that they did earnings, all the other fun stuff, and it still hasn't moved. So who knows? It could be wrong, but I'd be keeping a real close eye. Like if you want to get an idea of like what I mean by those, you know, uh, mid cap tech stocks, look up IGV ETF and pull up a couple names that you might like in that ETF or trade IGV. I actually posted it as a watch list today because I think, like I said, I think there'll be some money flowing in that direction just because they've been beat down pretty good. Names like Snowflake, once they reported, you saw like across the board, a lot of these names started to lift. So I'm probably gonna stop that at Zoom here. Bad. Let's see. Like if I see anything over 85, I'll get out. I'll take a small loss on Zoom. Suppose the good news is Amazon moving higher. Let's see. What's crowd doing? CRWD. Okay. Snow. Yeah. What's coin doing? Let's see.
Okay, the ANF trade, if you're in this ANF, coming up on 150 is where I'm going to be coming in. I have a losing trade for the day. Yeah, let me take a look, Rick, on Rivian. I liked it because it had some positive news this morning. 1160, right at that close. We'll watch it together here, right here. Big red candle to start the day. See if it comes back.
That up breaking out. New session high. I'm barely hanging on to Zoom now. I really thought we'd get that breakdown under 82 down into like the 70s, and it might still happen, but let's see what happens. We had a small loss today on some put options, which is fine. Thought maybe the markets would roll over a bit, but I think maybe we try to push that 511, 512 range today. Let's see. PDD is just so slow. You know, this 100 level, big psychological level. So maybe we're finding buyers in that level. I don't know. But with the news around tariffs, just all but a guarantee now for other countries, I think that's going to have an impact on names like PDD and BABA. I'm watching MSTR here up at this 403 level. See what it does. Does it blast off above 403 or do we see it slow down? You see it slow down? Might take a little bit of a nibble to the downside. We'll see. And I missed the move higher. So again, 50-50 on that trade. Really liked it down in the 385 area. It's just slow on the draw there. Watch the cues, guys. These are getting heavier. Let's see what happens. It's actually this time of year too. You have a tendency to start seeing tape bombs. And what I mean by that is big positions, like millions of shares, just looking for buyers. And they'll just, market fill the way we would sell 1,000 shares, let's say. Someone's looking to do that with, 10 million shares. Like, look at Tesla right now. This to me is a strong rejection. We can totally go short right here on Tesla.
Long DKS.
I'm gonna go for it. Let's do it. I'm gonna put an order out there like this bounce. Let me see what does a VWAP. I gotta wait 20 seconds. But this strong push to the upside, we get up to 344.70 and completely sell off down towards the lows. So this is a great opportunity to short. And if it bounces, you give yourself $1 stop loss. I'm gonna right 341. The ideal. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see. 341.5. Let's see. 341.5. Can we get there? Can we get there? I'm going to put it out there. 341.50. We can get filled there. Actually, I'm going to start a position here on Tesla to the downside. I'm just going to hit a market order. Let's see what we get. It's a nibble. If it starts to break down, I'm going to hit this thing for half share size. Here we go. Okay, under 340, I'm going to hit it. There it is. Half share size now on Tesla. Half share size now on Tesla. To the downside, I'm looking for the close at least. So 338.5-ish. This is obviously an area it could bounce. So for those of you guys who use similar EMAs, SMAs, what have you, this 200 EMA has been holding today. So if we see that break, we're for sure getting the close. And the only reason I'm wanting to short this is you look at the cues, strong pullback towards the low of day. Maybe we get, mild sell-off, find some more buyers. We'll see. But if that sell-off continues, I want to be in the right position, which we are right now in Tesla. So short Tesla, looking for 38.5-ish. Okay.
And traders DKS, we're looking for 220 here, 220. So, Hale, good morning.
Okay, here comes the break now. On Tesla, we should get the close. I'm just hanging on, looking for a little bit more. Keeping an eye on the cues at the 200 EMA. Obviously, we're green on the cues for the day and the SPY. So again, bulls still in control. But like I said, if we do see a mild sell-off for bulls to step in, wouldn't be surprised. Does it mean we crash today? I don't know. But tis the season, friends. Tis the season for reallocating portfolios, etc., into 2025. Still in the Zoom trade, super slow. PDD, super slow. Still have my runners left on Amazon. Well, only going to risk about, I don't know, maybe about a point on Tesla. Right on, Jim. I totally agree. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be even slower, I think. And then Friday will be all. In fact, I don't know how you feel about it, Scott, but maybe Friday we we call it a holiday here for the 44 trading community, just for for everyone to spend time with their families. It's good practice to get away from the screens for a bit. So maybe I don't know how you feel
Yeah,
about
I
it, Scott.
agree. I agree. Clifton, why don't you get let's get a poll up in the room and just see how everybody feels. I mean, I'm all about that, and I think realistically, trading on Friday is probably a waste of resources to keep have things open and for us to trade just that half day, right? I mean, that's what we're doing. So um, I think we should just probably call it a day, and then after Wednesday, be done until Monday.
Yeah, I would.
Sounds.
I think we should. Again, I think today, obviously, we're seeing some of the volumes that zap up a little bit. Again, looking at names like Amazon, obviously benefiting from holiday stuff, likely Apple. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that IGB type names, and I'm going to probably be more inclined to the downside on the Mag 7 into the tail end of the year this year. So names like Meta, Nvidia, Apple, they might retreat towards the end of the year. I think Apple's going to probably benefit during these holidays. Seeing Tesla whip around. Here comes consumer confidence just came out. Give me a sec, guys. There we go. Here comes Tesla. Look at the cues, guys. Right at the 200 EMA. So those of you guys using it, look how important that line is. Okay, big level there. Anytime you see that being supported, it's a sign that people aren't ready to let go of that direction just yet. And right now, that direction is higher, but if we start breaking below that, watch how fast we move. Okay, so consumer confidence data, 111.7 versus 111.8 estimate. All right. New home sales for October, 610,000 versus 725,000 estimate. So way less new home sales. Not really a good sign. Of course, algos just, I don't know if the algos are reading it correctly or maybe just people want to push markets higher. About to get stopped out of Tesla here. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Can't trade out in the spike just yet, but I'm already 1 point to the downside here on Tesla. I don't like that. That could cost me. Just hanging on a little bit longer. Watching the level 2. That to me was more of like just algos picking it up. Let's see if there's validation behind that. I don't want to panic just yet. It's trouble with names like Tesla, man. When they move, they move. So, okay. About to get stopped out of Tesla here in a moment. Wait. Watching. The only reason I'm in Tesla still and I can hang on, I'm watching the Qs side by side with Tesla. As the Qs are hanging on to the 200 EMA right now, if I see that break, we'll see names like Tesla move down. If it breaks, if it starts hanging on to that 200 EMA and starts moving higher, well, then I'm going to get out of the way of Tesla, right? Yeah, I think let's count Friday as a holiday. It looks like the crew is open to that, so maybe that way everybody gets to spend that day with the family. No need to be here. Trade on low volume, right? So let's just make that official, Scott. If you're good with it, let's make Friday a holiday for the 44 trading community. We'll be here obviously today and tomorrow, but Friday we'll all be probably
DKS
sleeping anyway from
again,
Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey, the tryptophan, Turkey hangover. Still in the DKS trade. That's the only thing I'm in right now. It's too bad. Not seeing that move out of where we've been. Not seeing that turn in the market yet.
Yeah, Q's respected that 200 EMA pretty well. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna probably get stopped out of Tesla here. All right, I'm gonna put a hard stop 343. So I'm giving it a little bit more than I want to. The good news is Zoom, we're still in that trade, moving slow on PDD as well. And then of course Amazon's got the runners. It's kind of on autopilot at this point, but 343 will be my stop on Tesla, which I think it's going to happen right now. Too bad. Giving it a little bit
Lions
more.
play at 12:30, Rick. Yep, Thursday.
Wow. Come on, Tesla.
Maybe I should get on Tesla here and take a look at it.
Buy my shares. Okay, we're out of Tesla, guys. Just got wiped. That's too bad.
That's not a chart I want to trade right there.
Yeah, I had to put a hard stop somewhere. Originally was thinking like a point and a half. So we took a little bit more than that, dollar, was that $1.80 loss? The good news is, like I said, Amazon kind of gave me some of that buffer. We're green on the PDD and Zoom trade, but not by much, right? I mean, it's meh. PDD at this 100 print again. Let's see it fail now. That would be great. And if Zoom can get down to $79, I mean, that I might just be happy with that on the day. Again, Amazon really helped out. Anybody take Amazon with me, by the way? Yeah, Kev, I'm kind of thinking about it too. I've already added though, so I'm kind of like, nah, let's just see if the break is real. And same with Zoom, right? Like it's trying to find some love at the VWAP here on Zoom. It's just not that big a volume. I just thought maybe, given the news, etc., that had, yeah, it's numbers wise okay, but they're not really innovating as a company. They're just, hey, guess what? We have more free users.
This is what we have, yeah.
Yeah. So Amazon now, session highs. Love it.
And getting nothing now out of the DKS trade or ANF, two losing stocks here this morning. Rivian somebody was asking about Rivian before here. Rivian just at that 1160 punching through. And DKS is the only other one I'm watching this morning.
So I'm going to take this moment, I don't like to pontificate often, but I think if there's learning opportunities in trades, whether you're new or you're seasoned trader, whatever, it's important to have stops and a plan, right? So like Tesla, for example, big push to 344 and change. There's talk of them not being able to take advantage of the EV credits, which, yeah, he's Elon side by side right now with, what will be the next president of the U.S., right? So I think there's a lot of optimism around Tesla benefiting from that. But, we saw a strong push, then it got rejected in a strong rejection, which is really bearish, right? Like that, if you look at that candle structure and that setup, to see, a bearish engulf like that and a push lower, technically it should break down. But, the technical should break down doesn't mean it did, and it didn't, right? So we have to have that stop loss in place with a plan. It was kind of a 50-50 trade. With Zoom, same kind of thing. Good earnings. I just don't think they're kind of a one-trick pony. So I took a shot at it, right? Like let's see if we could short the thing. Same thing with like PDD. The plan was, hey, tariffs in China bad for stocks in China, right? Potentially. So having a plan definitely helps when trading, but most importantly, we talk about winning buckets, losing spoons, right? So in the case of Tesla, I was thinking a point and a half. We ended up giving a little bit extra, but I had to put a hard stop somewhere. So if this thing breaks down, maybe I get a second chance. If it breaks out, I'm glad I'm not on the red side of that trade. So just having a plan, being okay with being wrong is really key to this business. When you're right, like it's PDD, because it's such a slow mover, like am I really going to get excited right now on PDD because it's moving, 30 additional cents in my no, like let's see if we get 98. That was the target. So I want to see a 98 print. We'll wait until we get a 98 print and I'll take a partial down there. Point being, have a plan, trade to the plan, trade what you see, not what you feel. Trade with feelings, that's a recipe for disaster. Take the emotions out of trading, or magically it becomes a business. Guys, watch the cues here breaking down. We should see a break here. Big break under 508 if it happens. So be careful if you're long.
Tesla, just a garbage trade. Boy, I just don't see anything right now. I do not see anything.
Watch the cues here. Maybe just a quick, one if you guys are using the 200 EMA in your charts, and 0 if you're not. Just curious to see if that's helped any of our traders in the community. Anybody? So 1 if you are using it, 0 if you're not, and that's okay. My feelings won't be hurt, but Vincent, Tim, good, okay. Martins, awesome. Kev, cool. Just VWAP Carlos, cool, no problem. Ben, okay. David, right on. Yeah, when you see it, I mean, again, it's not a like look at pull up NVIDIA and look at that 200 EMA. What 2? Scott V, what's 2?
Yeah.
Oh, 1. Okay, cool. So if you pull up NVIDIA, watch that 200 EMA, right? Once we broke under it, try to get above it, broke below it. Now look, it's rejecting that level. So what that tells me is NVIDIA is definitely weaker today than other names. And we know how big NVIDIA can move cues, right? Like how much it can have an impact. So, can NVIDIA find a bounce? Sure, it's still green on the day. But if I was going to look to get long NVIDIA, I'd wait till the close at least, right? Which is not too far away now. And then does it find support at the close? And if it doesn't, well, bad news, right? If Qs, the SPY, and NVIDIA are going down, well, we're likely going to see more selling. So, Scott, it's all good, man. Scott B was like, what was it? 1 or 0? Nah, I'm going with 2. it's the holiday week. Why not?
Right. Yeah, I know. I can't believe KSS. Great news. Same thing with Dick's Sporting Goods. Great news, and it's just getting beat up. Rivian, there it goes.
Well, I'm looking at the heat map right now, and I gotta say, I'm patting myself on the back a little bit on Amazon. It's up 2.5%. Lilly is up 4%, and Netflix is up 2.2%. But more broadly, those are kind of the big moves right now in the market, and we took advantage of one of them. That's Amazon. So good news there. I get to pat myself on the back of, hey, thinking like the big boys, I suppose. Like it feels good when that happens. But the Zoom trade, womp womp. It's kind of whatever. I will say if we get down on 81, I'm going to trim this position. Just it's not. I wanted to see a break under 80. So like a 70s type print, 79, 78, something like that. But I'll probably trim it just because I don't want to babysit it. There's other stocks that could be trading right now. Amazon 207. I'm going to take a little bit more off if we get a 207 print. Okay, finally, Zoom. Come on. You're almost there. All right, 207 print just took a little bit off of Amazon here. Now I will not take any more partials on Amazon. I'm just going to let it run. Let's see if it gets higher or not. I don't mind. Zoom finally. Come on. Break down, would you? For those of you guys who are watching MSTR, do you remember the number I said? Let's see what happens at what number? Do you remember? Anybody? 403. That's the high of day today. 403. Immediately rejected it, and now it's heading lower. So kind of interesting. Let's see. SMCI getting beat up a bit today. Kev looking at 136.50 on NVIDIA. Yeah. I mean, look, here's the trouble with NVIDIA, right? You've got the close was at 136 and change, right? 136.02. Let's say you were to short it here. You're looking for 90 cents on a bounce because there's almost all but certain you're going to see some buyers at least try to step in at the close, right? So the downside move, I don't want to say it's over because it definitely could break lower, but you're probably going to start finding buyers in and around this area, more than likely, 136.08 level. Now you start seeing the Qs break that 200, aim lower, starts breaking the close, and then you see a video follow suit. Yeah, and load it up, right? Zoom has to be the slowest short position ever, along with PDD. Look at these things just snail crawling lower. It's brutal to watch. And the good news is, we're in the right position, but man, prefer to see it just fall and then get paid and move on. So yeah, Kev, I'm watching NVIDIA, but it's kind of 50-50 for me right now. Seeing Meta push higher, kind of holding this 571, 572. If you guys remember, 577 is a big level for Meta. So if bulls want to keep Meta moving higher above, let's call it that 600 print, 577 is going to be the first big level to maintain. And if you look at Meta today compared to the Qs, definitely a lot stronger, right? So names like that on days like this, you don't want to be shorting. Q's kind of hanging here at the lows, right at the 200 EMA, just kind of seeing what it wants to do. Watching Tesla now, literally, I don't want to call it a double top. On a 1 minute chart, you can look at that. I would call that almost like a little mini double top on the day. Here comes the break on the Qs. Watch 508. Come on, PDD. Anything with a 98 in front of it on PDD, I'm going to take a chunk off. MSCR pulling back now. Here comes the break on the Qs. Let's see how far we dip. How far do we go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Rivian over the VWAP here. If it starts to take off, you're not going to be looking but for 20, 40 cents though.
Oh, come on, Zoom. Losing my patience on Zoom. Let's pull back here on Snowflake. Palo Alto's really been doing a great job holding this 390 level for the past several sessions. I'm going to keep that on my watch here. Snowflake, if you guys remember. And does anybody remember off the top of their head? I know the answer, but I'm asking if anybody else remembers when Snowflake IPO'd. Do you remember what price it printed on their IPO? Anybody? I can hear some of the folks Googling this right now.
See, Kev, NVDA. I've not looked at NVDA today.
Well, for those of you guys that didn't know, so Snowflake, it IPO'd at $245, right? But the people that got in, preferred shares, etc., was at $150. So it's no surprise when we actually crossed that 150 level that I think some of those folks that have been holding on to that stock from day one, now you figure if you were, let's say, an employee and you got your shares at obviously less than 150 bucks, you printed 245. They had rules and policies that they couldn't sell for a certain period of time, and as soon as they were able to, you saw that reflected in the price. So I think with the optimism coming out based on the report, I think 190 is realistic, probably midterm. You know what I mean? So mid to longer term, 190 becomes a reality. We cross 200. Who knows? I think a lot of the folks that owned it up at 250 probably are out of the stock by now, but we'll see. Guys, watching the cues here. Glad we paid ourselves on Amazon on the way up. Again, it's autopilot now. I don't really care what happens with the remaining shares here. Okay. Strong pullback on coin and MSTR now. All right, I'm going to take some off of PDD here. You call it a partial, but it's just not, it's not moving enough for me. I'm going to probably do the same thing with Zoom. It's just moving super slow. I'll give it another shot here. Let's let maybe this candle finish here. If we break the 81 print, great. Maybe I could hang on a little bit longer, but Q's looking like they're trying to, get above that 200 EMA and hang on to it. So I think who was watching NVIDIA? Kev. We were talking about that 136 and change. Probably finding some buyers. It's kind of happening now, but here we go. Zoom. All right. Come on.
Nice.
Hurry up.
Nice.
Breakdown. All right.
Giddy up.
PDD. Yeah, that's it. PDD finally breaking down, of course, after I take a mini partial here, but we still have some size, so I'll let it keep printing. But kind of a slow day, green day for me. We had a couple losing trades, one on Tesla and one of those put options. But good news is PDD paid us. Amazon, really, that was my trade of the day for sure. Added through the move, got paid on the way up, worked out beautifully. Zoom, what a snooze. we're green on the trade, but man, I'm falling asleep watching this thing. I definitely won't touch MSTR today. Like right now is a 50-50 level. Does it, if it bounces here, no surprise. But I think it can also fail here. Let's see what Tesla does. Tesla looks like it wants to break out now. Yep.
Yep, there it goes. Traders, I'm in no trades right now. I am red for the day.
You know, if you traded Tesla just in that range, right? So from 340 to 344, a 4-point range, you could have benefited either direction, long or short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times today. Some gross chop. As long as we're below that 200 EMA on the Qs and the SPY, I will be bearish. Get above that, I will be bullish. But the moves are going to be smaller share sizes because just volume's not really there, you know? Let's see what Snow's doing. Here come the Qs. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see the Qs, hit a speed bump right around its close at 506 and change, 506 and a half. But it should be an abrupt move, just to see like what bulls will do. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in any moment.
I don't think I'm going to
SPY
take a
at
chance on
590.
anything here.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Go.
I think it's going to go sideways chop here probably. Just bounce around a little bit. One thing's for sure, SMCI is going lower. No doubt
Yep.
about that. Let's see what else is happening. Like AMD. AMD is also moving lower. This 137 level, for whatever reason, finds buyers, so be aware of that. MU pulling back pretty strong. Qualcomm, let's see what that's doing. Oh, Qualcomm actually looks pretty good. ASML. Okay, that's gross. Let's see. Really chopping around sideways a little bit. Hmm.
Tesla at the top of the range. Here comes Rivian one more time at your VWAP line. I'm not going to fight this DKS KSS anymore. So I'm going to move on from that. Got Tesla right here. I'm not too sure Tesla's even going to break out here.
Tesla moving, Meta's moving, Lilly's moving, MSTR bouncing. Wow, big move on Meta now. We talked about that 577 level. I'm telling you, that's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we get up there and start holding that 577 print. You guys know the rules. I can only short Meta, right? But man, that was a nice, powerful move there to the upside on Meta. We were talking about it earlier. For names that are stronger than markets, Meta was a perfect example. So hopefully you guys were able to see that earlier when I mentioned it. Tesla, obviously, could have been 50-50, but seeing it break out now, am I surprised? Not really, but I mean, clearly Tesla, Meta kind of doing their own thing. Amazon behaving, I would say, normal, right? We were paying ourselves on the way up. PDD breaking down now. Like I said, I want to see a 98 print. Trimmed up a little bit earlier, took a partial. So winning trade on PDD, but I want to see 98 before I take some more off here. And then Zoom, I'm telling you, I might just dump this trade. It's just, what a waste, unfortunately. So for those of you guys that took ZM with me this morning, bummer. I was looking for that breakdown under 82. We got it for, 10 cents under 82. Really wanted to see like 81.5 or maybe even the 70s, but maybe not today. Today may not be the day. So I'll give it a little bit more. In fact, I may just trim up my position in a moment. Cut my size in half, basically. Or a small win, but nah, I'm not over the moon about it. So yeah, keep an eye on Meta for 577. That's the number. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if it just gets there now, like quickly. And all that tells me is that fund managers want like a bigger stake or bigger position in Meta into 2025. So all I think the moves that we see in the next, I don't know, about 3 weeks will be kind of the bets going into 2025. I know that seems obvious, but just remember, we're at the end of the year. We're going into a new presidential cycle, right? Trump's already making his nominations for different, aspects of government, et cetera. So you're going to see these names reflect that, right? We saw it in Bitcoin big time. Like the day it was announced, the thing rocketed. What's that now? Didn't it get over 100K at some point, or got pretty close, didn't it? Like 99K? Yeah, 99,800. $200 shy of $100,000 of Bitcoin. That's wild. I do think Amazon will be, obviously a big contender in 25. We're seeing more and more retailers close their stores. I wouldn't say it's a huge surprise, right? As the digital side of things, kind of take off. But I do think there'll still be a need for some of the in-store purchases, but we're seeing that, eat into margins for a lot of companies, and Amazon is, all their capital expenditures kind of out of the way. They bought the planes, they bought the cars. Yeah, there's maintenance, etc. But they've now added like how I would say most folks use it, most consumers, for home deliveries and that, a lot of that cost is kind of baked into their profit margins collectively. And everyone thinks like that's their big profit center, but it's not true. It's their data centers. That's where they make the bulk of their money. It's all basically almost 100% profit. And now with the move to clean energy, in fact, what's VST doing? That's what we should be looking at. Names like Vistra, yep, no surprise, up on the day. Totally didn't think to look to that today, but keep an eye on solar, probably not so much, but definitely nuclear energy stocks, so CCJ, looking at SMR, VST, oops, and CEG. Was it CEG? No, that's Constellation. Yeah, CEG.
Still no other trade for me. The only trade that would have worked out really was Tesla this morning. I'm just looking at that. Rivian, nothing happening there.
Oops. Just posted a couple of names and you guys want to keep that on a list of, nuclear energy names to watch. Obviously, there's others, but those are kind of the big ones.
I better find something here because otherwise my day is going to be red here, and I hate to have a red day mixed in the week here, especially with not an opportunity to really make a difference here.
No problem, Vincent. Not sure for what. Was it the nuclear names just to have as a watch list? I think that's what you're talking about, probably. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting, Yeah, exactly. So, no problem. No problem, Vincent. Yeah, the list for nuclear energy names. You just kind of have to put yourself in the mindset of the new administration showing up, right? I wouldn't say they're super green friendly. So names, like solar, probably I think majority of the beat down has happened, but they're still making money. It's just they may not be top of the list to benefit from any kind of new, deals, etc., credits from the new administration. But nuclear energy is for sure. Obviously we know that the big hyperscalers, so you've got Amazon, Microsoft, Google, all striking deals with names like CEG. But don't forget, it was turned down, right? Initially. I think they'll get it approved, but there's concerns of the unknown for any regulatory agency, right? So I think that they'll likely get that approved. We'll see the stocks move higher. And if not, we'll probably just see them slow down a little bit. But I have a feeling that nuclear energy names are going to benefit from the new administration in 25. and with a strong sense of, alleviating the amount of regulation parameters. Obviously, regulation is good for certain parameters, but over-regulating slows innovation, and I think that's going to be loud and clear with the new administration. So, at least based on all the signs, right? Everything they're talking about. So I'm not just for the record, not a political guy. I don't, not here to share my political views. I just look at what's behaviorally what they're doing. I trade it.
Yeah.
Going back to trade what you see, not what you feel. I don't really put a emotion around things like that. It's just like, okay, if this happens, then this might happen. Like higher probability of these, these three things will move a certain way, kind of thing. So. Figure I'd share that just because sometimes, what is it? Politics and religion, two things you don't talk about.
Right on.
Arguably, the third
Especially
one is
around the
money,
holidays.
but we talk about money all day. That's what we talk about all day long, right? Stocks and movements, etc. So I don't mind talking about money, but those other two, I'll leave those alone. All right, guys, I'm watching MSTR. It's in a 50-50 zone. It's so spready, though, that I'm nervous to short this thing. And more prone to go long, but I'm just going to wait. Like, I want to see what it's doing here at this 200. Obviously, 387.50 has been tagged a couple times here. Let's see what it does. The Qs are kind of moving higher. SPY is kind of moving higher. So it looks like things want to push. We talked about Meta. 577 is, I don't want to say it's 100% going to happen today, but it looks like it's going to happen today. So I'm going to keep an eye on that level, see what it does there. Google got a nice pop here. MSTR, well, it's a 50-50, right? Down or up. I like the downside now. Wow. I can't mess with it. It's too volatile on a day like today. Nice pop on Google right now. Hey guys, guess what? We got our break on Zoom. Whee! I'm gonna take like half off of it right here on Zoom. Let me see what it does here. This next candle. I'll let this candle finish. So we got to push lower. I can hang on a little longer, but good news is we got what we were looking for our first partial, 81.5 area. Horseshoes and hand grenades. So I'll wait a little bit longer, maybe 10 more seconds. Let's see if we get a push down lower. If not, I'm going to take some off here. Not a huge mover, but hey, I'll take it. And we're going to take half off of Zoom right here. Close enough. We'll still leave half, follow through. I'm going to do the same thing with PDD just because I'm getting ready to wrap the day. I don't want to babysit these trades. But definitely watching MSTR today. When that thing sells, it sells. So as you guys are curious, go look at MSTR back in 1999 and compare it to 2024. It's kind of interesting to watch. So Miguel, there's a huge swath. So worth noting, it's predominantly going to be on countries, right? So actually, as kind of homework, even for myself, what I'm trying to do is figure out names. So like, let's say Alibaba or PDD. I think PDD actually has a chance to still be okay, but you have to look at what's their market share in U.S. economies, right? Because it's easy to say like, oh, hey, China's going to get a bunch of tariffs, like all China stocks are going to go down. Yeah, they're going to have an impact for sure, but what level of impact? If they have 70% of their revenue coming from other countries, maybe not so much. I'd be keeping an eye on oil names because oil is kind of the ultimate equalizer in tariff wars. So keep an eye on that. And then I think names that are built here. So like, I'll give you an example. So TSM, right? Yeah, there's, talk of conflict, etc. But don't forget, TSM is building like 3 facilities in Arizona. So anything made in America, quote unquote, right, is going to benefit likely to, I would say, the upside. That said, things are just going to get more expensive. So go figure. So that becomes an inflationary hedge. Anytime you have inflation, it's usually spikes markets. I mean, we've seen it happen for the last several years, right? I think that when you see the price of gold move higher, think of that as like a security risk, meaning like, hey, more money's moving to gold. We're seeing yields move higher. I think safety investing is becoming a priority now. So look for high dividend paying names, and I would say build portfolios around some of those names coming into the new year. Again, oil's a big one. I mean, obviously, there's a ton of, like, maybe even just Google a list, find the names that you like that you think are going to be around for the next 4 years, right? I would say, start building portfolio positions in some of those names coming into 2025. But just to say like, oh, hey, Mexico's going to have tariffs now, Canada's going to have tariffs now, like it's hard to say. You'd have to break down like, hey, which companies have largest market share in foreign or in the U.S., right? That are based in foreign countries, and then how big is that impact? But you take names like TSM that are building in the U.S., they're going to probably benefit, even though they're based in Taiwan. That's where all the chips are made. NVIDIA built here, Apple built here. So I think a lot of the U.S. based companies are going to benefit. I mean, you're seeing that even names like Meta today. Meta talking about maybe introducing a new search engine to compete with Google's Chrome, right? After Google Chrome went through their whole debacle with the Department of Justice around monopolizing search. So I think, Meta's going to probably benefit from that a little bit. I mean, it's a lot. It just depends. You know what I mean? I know I'm like touching on a bunch of different stuff, but how things are connected, like it's important to kind of note like those relationships. You know what I mean? Because it's not just a linear thing. It could be, a myriad of different ways to look at it. But tariffs, I think, for sure, oil's going to be the big thing I watch in the next, I don't know, call it 3 months. You guys already know my favorite oil stock. But if you look at which one pays the best dividend, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Exxon. So, does that answer your question, Miguel? Does that help at all? I know I covered a lot of ground there, but and worth noting, cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? I think Rick's going to be the first person that gets that. When we start getting these T-shirts up and running, y'all, like, the question first would be like, A, would y'all buy them, right? But B, like, I think Rick deserves one of those. He's been my go-to for cue the disclaimer, right? These are only opinions. It's not financial advice. It's your money. Do what you want with it, right? Trade at your own risk. Invest at your own risk. But, my opinion on how I see, again, the next 3 to 6 months is probably a little different than other opinions, which is totally okay. That's why markets exist. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the year if we see a 5 to 6% pullback in the Qs by the end of the year. But we're up here at the highs, so do we push another 2 to 3% higher before pulling back 5 to 6%? Maybe, but I do think as we approach January, we will likely see markets pull back quite a bit. And then see it balance out, right? So we're seeing that as names move, like money's moving towards the expanded tech sector, right? So MongoDB, Snowflake, Datadog, these types of companies, right? That just haven't had the love, but that helps prop up some of the markets, right? Because we're expanding that, investment bucket. So money's still staying, liquidity's still staying in the market, but we'll probably see some, some folks get out of names like maybe not Nvidia, but names like AMD and others that have just been really highly traded. I think Tesla right now is overcooked. But then again, given the circumstances, who knows? Maybe it becomes a favorite company by the administration and tons of benefits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't like betting against Elon at all, but is it worth? What was the split, Scott? 10-1, wasn't it? So that's a $3,400 stock. I think it wasn't it. I think it was 10-1 when they did their stock split. I could find that, I'm sure. But guys, MSTR looks gross. So does coin. That's the other thing too in crypto. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think people realize how powerful it is. But does that make MSTR worth $400, $500 stock? No, I don't think so. Worth noting, do any of you guys know what MicroStrategy does other than have a huge investment in Bitcoin? Anybody? I'm very familiar with their technology, but anybody know what they do? This was 3-1 stock split on 8/25/22. Okay, thank you. Business software, Carlos. Yeah, well, pretty much yes. It's business intelligence software. So it helps like analytics, etc. But majority of their business, I mean, if they make money, people use their software, but this valuation it has is based on Bitcoin. And the question I have is, well, why not just own the asset instead of a stock? And the only reason we've talked about this, right? Like you would get a coupon, aka dividend on your money for investing in MSTR. So it became a hedge. And now people are just, trading it like crazy, FOMO. So it's important to note, like, hey, just because Bitcoin is up doesn't mean MSCR goes up. For a while, they were kind of an inverse relationship. But, and everybody was like, oh, yeah, hey, we got to buy this. We got to buy this. FOMO is a dangerous thing if you're on the wrong side, right?
Small share size trade right here at 344. I'm going to have $1 stop loss to $1.50, 342.50. I'm long this stock right now on Tesla. Target's going to be 346. See if we can get it to go here.
Who was watching NVIDIA? Was that Kev? I think it was Kev. Check out where it's at now. I'm going to keep an eye on that right at the close. It's really close. Really close to the close. Like if you're thinking about going long, there's your minimal risk there. If it gets down to the close and it bounces, and find support there, worth going long, and then give yourself, I don't know, find a spoon-sized loss if you wanted to go long, because directionally it's moving down. But in and around this area, you're probably going to find some buyers. Okay. Yeah, only thing I have left. So we took half off of Zoom. Took basically, I'm 3/4 out of PDD now. And I think I may just close out the rest of ZM. And then we have Amazon, the runners. They're just, I mean, I don't mind hanging on to these until they stop being green. Meta at 577. Here we come. All right, guys, I'm going to go for it. MSTR, 384 long. Just for the sake of taking the trade. It's going to be a small size.
I'll put it up here.
MSTR. I put it out there. Let's see if we get filled. MSTR 384. So if it, keeps aiming lower like it is now, then no trade. But if it comes up and finds me at 384, great. Ooh, she might be able to get a better entry. Let's see. I'm gonna move it to 382.50. Just change the entry for MSTR. Oops. MSTR 382.50. Just waiting for it to come to me now. Should get it here. No fill on MSTR, no trade yet. Let's wait for it to come to me. Small share size. And if we get above 385, I'll hit it. Let's see some FOMO traders jump in. Keeping an eye on the SPY. SPY approaching high of day. No trade MSTR yet. Meta, here it comes, 577, y'all. Talked about that when it was down at what, 570, 569. So hopefully some of you guys were able to take advantage of that trade. Look at this move. I'm telling you, 577, all but inevitable now. Hey, maybe I'll suspend my rule of only shorting Meta.
Expand your horizons.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to delete that rule in my playbook here. Yeah, LLY, I've been watching that all day. It looks great here. 800, big level, which is really weird. So it's 800. You look at big levels on Eli Lilly, obviously before it broke down under 800. It's like 800, 820, and then 835. Like literally that, they're like $20 increments almost. But by the way, no entry. I'm going to cancel MSTR. There's the break. Thought maybe we'd turn around there. So good news is no fill. That's why we wanted the price action to come to us. So no trade on MSTR. Totally fine by me. Zoom, I'm gonna take another half off down here. It's close enough. 81 and a half. Then I'll put a stop on the rest of it up at let's do 82.65. A point away. Can't lose on that trade now, y'all. ZM. Took forever, but Tesla, man, that thing is just chopping around today. Yikes.
Mm-hmm. I'm in this trade too at 344.
Oh, you are? Okay. Cool. Good luck.
Yep.
I didn't see it. Let's see. So Scott V, the trouble with Lilly, let's say if you were to buy it here, right? You're basically hoping for that $800 breakout, or maybe $800 becomes a, point of resistance. So the key would be managing the risk on that, and it moves. First of all, it's pretty spready, right? Dollar spread. And it's an expensive stock. So I think a lot of the sell-off came when people were talking about the semaglutides. There was like bad news about it. People were like dying, etc. But it's worth noting. I think a big push for the hype was let's not forget all these like skinny shots or whatever you want to call them. They were made for folks with severe health issues initially, and then people were like, oh, side effect is I lose weight, great. And then the people that were actually sick couldn't get a hold of the medication because they'd sell out. It was kind of like almost misleading. I mean, without a doubt, it was a revenue generator for them, but people that were actually sick and needed the medication, Mounjaro or, Eli Lilly, keep in mind, they obviously have way more medications than just, Mounjaro, but the big hype was around these like skinny shots for like Novo Nordisk, for example, like they have Wegovy and they also have Ozempic. But like then people started making compound semaglutides, which are different than the actual semaglutides that are in Lilly and Ozempic that are the real deal. But you could buy these compound semaglutides that are essentially someone mixing and matching a formulation that's not quite the same, but similar and cheaper. So if you didn't have the money to spend $2,000 on a shot or a month or whatever the cost was, your insurance didn't cover any of this stuff anyway. You could buy it for $400. And so when you see complications happen from those compound semaglutides that are not from these names, there's negative consequences to that. Even though it wasn't their medication, it was someone else's. I mean, obviously, you're going to have some unfortunate, passings, etc., from medications, what have you. But it's worth noting, like a lot of the folks taking these medications, they're actually they need them. They're sick or what have you, right? And so that's the trouble with some of these healthcare, or anytime you're in life sciences, right? They move amazing when favorable. Obviously, Eli Lilly, a very well run company. Same with Novo Nordisk. In fact, if you look at Novo, I wonder what they're doing now. I think that these are more like a long-term portfolio hold as well. Like if you believe in the companies, etc. It's good to have life sciences in a portfolio. Novo's a great name. Lilly's a great name. Then you have what is it? Amgen, I think, had some news today. It was pretty bad. I can't remember what it was. I have to look it up. You have like Elevance. So you could almost have like different sectors, right? You got payers, providers, and folks in the population side of health or life sciences. So I would mix that. That'd be a good, hedge as the new administration is bringing in a real focus on healthy citizens. That'd be kind of interesting moving forward. Guys, Meta 577. We called it. We called it when it was at literally at 569. Can you believe it? Kicking myself right now. Instead, I'm in Zoom. Womp womp. All right, I'm still watching MSTR. Very tempted to get in here at 380 now. Let's do it. 380. I'm gonna hit it. Small size. MSTR. 380. Woohoo! We're in. Same thing. If we get over 384, I'll double my size. Did anybody take Meta? Oh, man. Said Saba had bad news. Saba Sciences. It's full month. So yeah, $3. $3 stock. I also like Nvidia maybe long here for a nibble. Maybe we start to move higher into the close. I don't know. 136.80 if I can get it. Let's see. I'll wait. I'll wait. I will wait. Seeing the SPY kind of turn over here. All right, let's do it. 136.80 Nvidia. I'm actually gonna go half share size. We're in. Right now we're in MSTR long, Nvidia long, obviously still in Amazon long. We missed Meta. Hopefully some of you guys did take that. And I'm just going to pull off the rest of Zoom. I'm done watching this thing. PDD, kind of the same thing. So I'm going to just close these two trades. Profitable on both, but you know, they're just, I'm falling asleep watching them. Here comes Nvidia. Let's go.
I want to see here comes Tesla, but we're not getting that right now. Nvidia popping just a little bit here now.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the only thing I'm in right now is the Tesla trade. Let's take a look at SABA. Down pretty considerably.
Uh-oh. Is this where Nvidia takes off? Or do I get out of the way? Meta 577. Well, we said we can only short Meta, but if I see 577 continue to be like a wall for it or like a ceiling, I might be interested in shorting it. Come on, NVIDIA. Step on the gas. Let's go.
Yeah, it'd be
Give me a
nice to
nice
see a
green
breakout
day.
target at VWAP right there.
Yeah, exactly. If I can get like a point on this thing, that'd be nice. I'm not asking for much, I don't think.
Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to take another loss here on the Tesla trade. Smaller loss, though, because it's just a point here down through the 342 and a half. And unfortunately, I'm going to call it a red day today. So sorry about that. I know DVG is green today. Hopefully you followed more of DVG's trades than mine today. I'll be back again tomorrow with a vengeance. Tomorrow's a Wednesday session. Going to be equally as slow. So you see during these slow times, it's obviously you got to pick the right stocks and you got to pick the direction of the market. Now, that being said, when you're looking at direction of this market here, remember this morning when we got into it and we were looking around at the market, we're trying to figure out, okay, well, listen, if this market is going to bounce or move higher this morning right out of the chute, which way do you want to be? Which side do you want to be on? And I thought for sure, with the NASDAQ, kind of moving to the upside that we'd have a decent upside move. NASDAQ's up 100 points, but the Dow is weighing on it down 224. And a lot of these Dow stocks, again, I'm caught in that Dow trap. And that to me is going to be a no bueno for me for tomorrow. I'm going to start really focusing on these on the NASDAQ stocks, not get involved with with the Kohl's or these retailers and stuff. So I'll see everybody tomorrow, DVG. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow on a Wednesday. Traders, have a great afternoon here on a Tuesday. Sorry I couldn't make it happen today, but we'll be right back at it tomorrow, and I look forward to it. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we'll see you then. Take care.
Right on, Scott. Well, took a shot on MSTR. Didn't get it. It's okay. It's a small size, so it's kind of like for fun a little bit, I would say. I shouldn't say for fun because I seriously wanted it to jump up to like 387, but oh well. So small red trade there on MSTR. Glad we got out of the way. I was looking for 6 points to the upside, willing to risk 4 points on a really small position. I have Amazon here still running. Took our money, kind of ran with that. We're kind of break even on NVIDIA as I call it a day here. I'm going to probably trim my size if we get above that 137.80 is kind of what I really want to be on that stock. So next time we get above 137 and change, great, take a partial. But I'm pretty tight on my stop loss here. So if it moves against, I can watch the Qs kind of curl over here, aiming lower. I really don't want to hang on to NVIDIA too long. It is a green day, but it's it's not such a green day that I'm like, oh man, I could pay off my house today, right? So, I don't like this movement here. Okay. Really need to see NVIDIA go past my entry right now, or I'm going to just get out of this and call it a day. Really bizarre too. I called, hey, what does MSCR do at 403? You might be interested in shorting it up there. Literally hit 403 right on the dot and tanked. And then Meta, we talked about 577. And if that became a ceiling, we could short it. Well, it hit 577.50. Huh. Okay. All right, NVIDIA, here's your last chance, or I'm walking away for the day. Again, this is right now, it's not really that big of a loss. It doesn't really matter. But I don't like taking trades that lose. Tell you what, I'll actually give it to 135.98. So I'm going to give it a little bit more on NVIDIA. All right, so I put my stop out there. I'm going to, put the kettle on, get some tea going. In fact, guess what we get to do today? We got to go do some shopping for the holiday coming up. So, look, I know it's going to be a short week, y'all. Scott and I will not be here Friday officially. So we'll be trading tomorrow, and I'm wrapping up today. But look, Green Day, it's not the best day ever, but we'll take it. So Green Days are Green Days. But appreciate each and every one of y'all. We will see you tomorrow at the Open. And like I said, just note on Friday, everybody take the time, spend some time with the family, get away from the screens. It's the holiday season. It's always great to just tell the people you love them. So, anyways, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Really do. And we will see you tomorrow at the Open. So cheers. God bless. Take care.